Hello, everybody. Good evening, oh kickliest of dicks. How are you doing this evening? It is officially Hump Day, but it is also the eve of the best day of the year. For tomorrow, it will soon be 6/9, the best day of the year. So, today we're going to be doing Hildebrand quests that were released in the new patch. It's gonna get a little wacky. Also, a big ol' spoiler warning. If you have not done Hildebrand quests, you are likely to be spoiled. And there may or may not be Endwalker and Shadowbringer spoilers scattered throughout this quest line, and we're gonna watch all the cutscenes and everything. So beware. Beware. But it should be a glorious, glorious time. We didn't get any Hildebrand in all of Shadowbringers. And finally we get to see our boy again. Finally. So let me switch on over. Let's get the sound going in game. I turn master volume up just a little bit on this one. And switch on over to the old white. All right, looks like everything is looking good. So yeah, we're gonna get on started with this. Hold on. All right, so this is where we pick up the quest here in Razatan. I am going in completely blind. I don't know what to expect. Literally all I know is the one screenshot that I used in my promotion image. That's it. That's it. That's all I know. The Sleeping Gentleman. The pungent Lullavel can scarcely conceal his excitement. Spoiler. Hildebrand. Why is this Lullavel pungent? Why are you pungent? Okay. Wait, I know you. We met in Kugane. You're that stone cold killer I asked to look after the love of my life. I only vaguely recall this guy. What's that look for? Surely you haven't forgotten me. You and me, we had a moment, a connection. Not like the one I've got with her, of course, but I know I left an impression. It's been so long. Oh, God, this guy. The creepy little bastard who smells like cheese and followed Nashu to Kagane after stalking her for over 5 years. Frankly, considering how many blows to the head I've taken, I'm lucky I haven't forgotten my own name. I'm gonna call him out. Because that's what Zoe would do. Hey, there's nothing creepy about my love. It's as pure as the pristine waters of a forest stream. Fair point about the cheese stink, though. Oh my god. But enough about me. This is about Miss Nashu, but of course it is. Ever since she got sucked into that weird portal back east, I've been scouring the world for any sign of her. I was this close to giving up, but then, huzzah! I found her here in Razadhan. Great! Normally, I'd be happy to get back to playing the silent, invisible guardian, but she seems pretty distressed by the plight of her inspector friend. He's here too, but laid up and showing no signs of waking anytime soon. My Nashu has been fashioning all sorts of medicines in hopes of rousing him, but to no avail. I mean, I couldn't care less if he kicked the bucket, but I hate seeing her like this. She's liable to work herself to death. So what say you? Will you deliver my dearest Nashu from her plight? You'll find her over at the High Crucible, no doubt slaving over an alembic. And with that, I'll get back to cheering her on from the shadows. You too, I guess. Now, go, quickly! Save my beloved! I'm already regretting all of my life choices. At least we have good music to listen to. You're not Lise. Oh look, we have bombs. That will surely awaken him. And that should do it. Now to take this medicine and... Of course, Zola. It feels like it's been forever, though definitely less... Hold on. What was the last thing? What brings you to Razadhan? Enjoying a spot of adventuring? Or perhaps... And you've heard! It's true. Inspector Hildebrand's gone into hibernation again and... Oh wait, you're giving me that look. The one that screams, what about the whole weird portal business? Alright, since you silently asked... So, back on the Ruby Sea, remember how Greg got doused with dew prism and was forced to whisk us all far away? Now that strange rip... How... Blah, 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 I can read, I swear. How that strange rift then opened up. which the inspector then got sucked up into, and how I followed him after that. Well, after that, we ended up in this bizarre place. Couldn't tell up from down, left from right, and so we wandered, lost and confused. Fortunately, Greg came to his senses and explained that we were in the interspectorial rift. And then used the same trick to bring us home. Greg himself stayed behind, though. Something about a score that he had to settle. Not sure what that was about, but hey, you know Greg. Anyway, we're back now, but the rub is that Inspector Hildebrand hasn't opened his eyes since. I know he needs his beauty sleep, but it's been an awfully long time, and we've got cases to solve. I've been trying my hand at apothecary stuff, seeing if I can make something that'll get him up and moving, but nothing seems to work. But I think we're making progress. Me and Mr. Chupacabra from the Shakshoka concern. You remember Mr. Chupacabra, right? Got sucked into the rift along with us? Former evil mastermind? Not so bad once you get to know him. This fucker. Pleased I am to meet you once more, and under less compromising circumstances. If I may correct our mutual friend, I am Jubraka, which is somehow not much better. Chairman of the Jatra concern. Oh my god. I am having trouble speaking. AKA a bitch. Your distrustful and somewhat bloodthirsty glare is not unwarranted, but in my defense, who among us has not contemplated enslaving the rich and powerful to bend the world to their whim? Ha ha ha. Ha. Ahem. I pray you forgive me my poor joke, and allow me to assure you that after wandering the interdimensional rift for the sisters only know how long, I am a changed man. Zola always has a concern. Zola's always concerned. Zola knows nothing but concern. Naturally, I understand that words alone would not suffice to absolve me of my sins. Thus, since my return, I have operated a humble apothecary that caters to the needs of one and all. Furthermore, I made arrangements for Miss Nashu's workshop. Rest assured that I will spare no effort in helping her see Inspector Hildebrand awakened and return to full health. And with that, if you would excuse me, I must see to other business. Get out of here, nerd. Isn't he the nicest ex-villain you've ever met? Ah, but that's right. I had just finished my latest medicine. I've got high hopes for this new recipe. I suppose I ought to get a look at the Manderville man himself. By all means, the inspector is resting in a room up in Kama. Awake or asleep, I'm sure he'd enjoy your company. Let's go. Casually just leaves those bombs there. No big deal. I think my favorite thing about the Hildebrand quest is just how deadpan and like done with all of the bullshit your character is every fucking time. Honestly, just watching Zoe's reaction to everything is the funniest shit to me. Isn't this room nice? Mr. Chupacabra is taking care of everything. He even paid the rent in full. Ah, but I'm distracting you, aren't I? You need to concentrate while you examine the inspector, yes? Oh boy. I get to study the sleeping Inspector Hildebrand. Yeah, this might as well happen to... Oh, I see. Why? Okay, your face? His face is looking... Rugged features belie what is, a closer glance, the sensitive mien of a cultured gentleman. While he still breathes, he appears to be locked in a deep slumber. Why is this creepy? Leg! The exquisite buckles of the stylish footwear are a design unique to House Manderville. These shoes would almost certainly fetch a small fortune in the markets. Hand? Trying not to do anything untoward. It's weird. Rippling muscles bespeak impressive strength, while smooth skin suggests that only on the rarest of occasions does this man resort to violence. Troublingly, his limbs are stiff and cool to the touch, as if the blood runs cold in his veins. He is a zombo again. Or a vampire. Inspector's condition is disturbingly reminiscent of the Scions who were summoned to the First for a time. Wake up! Oh, finished already? Any theories as to what's wrong with the inspector? As much as I want to say the first one, I suspect he may have been summoned to another reflection. I see. I mean, I don't, but that's what you're supposed to say at times like this. I know that much. How do we wake him up? Return his soul to his body? But where did it go? And what's it doing there? Probably went to the First to become the Gentleman of Darkness. As you do. I see. Right, so can you go there? Great! In that case, I'll leave the soul searching to you. I'm sure it goes without saying, but once you've arrived in this otherworldly world, look for a place that smells of mystery and intrigue, and chat with people there. That's standard agent of inquiry protocol. Oh, and since this is Inspector Hildebrand we're talking about, don't be surprised if you find him asleep or having forgotten a thing or two. But not to worry, I prepared my traditional medicine just in case. Don't hesitate to use it, and with that, do take care out there. Zoe's just like, why is this my life again? Off to the Crystarium with me. Bum, 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 bum. Where am I going? By the pendants, okay. Glinard! Welcome back, friend. I'd offer you a pint, but my barman sense tells me that's not why you're here. Have you seen a big nerd? This friend of yours has gone missing. Sorry to hear that, but plenty of travelers pass through these parts. Could you describe the fellow to me? Glinard Skinners. No! Hume, burly, wears a monocle, well-meaning idiot. Yeah. That sums him up. Yes, that sounds familiar. Mind you, I didn't see him myself, but I do believe one of our bounty hunters spied such a man when you were all battling that horde of spectral warriors. Okay. Yay! It's the girl! Is it Giot or Giot? We'll say Giot. Giot, come here for a moment. There's someone who wants to speak with you. That's so. Make it quick. This shale isn't going to drink itself. If it ain't Zazola, what brings you back to our neck of the woods? I'm looking for a nerd. Now that you mention it, I did see someone like that back there on the battlefield after you ran off to do more hero work. At first I thought he was going to attack me like the rest of the spirit whatsits, but no, he just stood there, striking a pose, trying to scare or seduce me, damn if I could tell. Still, he was glowing, and I wasn't about to take any chances, so I said, "Hey, piss off, ghost!" and sent him packing. Oh, she's my favorite. Did he die, you ask? To which I say, what am I, a chirurgeon? Also, I've kept my mug waiting long enough. Good talk. Could it be the Warrior of Darkness? That it me. Warrior of Darkness. I thought... Oh, look, it's Thaler. As opposed to healer or shealer. It's like, you know, good old firm Albert as opposed to soft Albert. I thought that was your voice, but was convinced my ears were playing tricks on me. It's good to see you again. Didn't mean to eavesdrop, but we overheard you discussing the renegade poser. The renegade poser. We've been searching for him for some time now. Why are they both being labeled as Thaler? I thought Thaler was this guy. But it also said Thaler when this guy was talking. What the? There have been sightings in Lakeland, you see. Vonard and I have been tasked with getting to the bottom of it. We have little in the ways of useful information, though. All we know is that he appears without warning and strikes a disturbing pose. His name is Vonard. Why is... He's not caused any harm if you discount the shock of a strange man gesticulating in your general direction, that is. Nevertheless, we're worried his behavior might escalate. Have you been tasked with apprehending the miscreant as well? Not quite, Vonard. Zola's come back to track down a missing friend. I don't want to say he's not my friend. Your miscreant, I regret to say, might be my friend. He's a weirdo, but I don't want to say he's not my friend. Imagine carrying a child for however many months, and the best name you can come up with is Vonard. Imagine coming up with the name Vonard, and the game keeps calling him by his friend's name. Because it's such a bad name. If the man you're looking for might be one and the same, then why not work together between the three of you? You're bound to have better luck. It would be an honor and a great help. We were just about to leave to gather testimony as it happens. Come and join us in Sullen when you've finished here. We'll solve this mystery in no time. I love doing new content shortly after it comes out, before they fix the very, very big, obvious problems. Like a character being named something completely wrong. I suppose we're going to Sullen. I suppose I'm writing a stingray. I think my favorite thing about the Hildebrand quest is how everything he does inconveniences everybody. It's a little bit of chaos that we just haven't seen enough. We need more chaos. Oh, look, we're in lap. Hey, sullen woman, don't be so sullen. Ha 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 ha. Why, yes, I saw someone like that when I was out picking mushrooms in the forest. He even spoke to me. I was repulsed at first by his form, but he only wanted to warn me that fell beasts lurk in the forest and that I should be wary. Contrary to appearances, I'd say he was actually quite gentlemanly. I am in a TV. Fear me. Oh, that fellow? Aye, I saw him the other day on the way home from Clearmelt. I had enjoyed one too many libations after my bath and ended up wandering off into the forest. Before I knew it, the sun was dipping low and the sky turning dark, and I was beginning to wonder if I'd ever make it home. Then I felt a gentle tug at my arm. And would you believe it? This odd-looking man led me out of the forest and set me back on the road. I thanked him profusely, but he said nothing in reply, just struck a pose and walked off. Can't see shit with this mount. Perfect. Did I see him? You bet I did. I was crossing through the forest with the lost shepherd on my way to deliver fish to the Ostal Imperative. Out of nowhere, this odd man leapt out in front of me. I thought he was abandoned at first, but then he abruptly turned to the side, curled his neck, and put his fist to his head as if to say, I don't know. It was baffling. I ran when I realized he wasn't going to do anything else. Finished questioning the locals, have you? Were you able to learn anything? Not only has the poser caused no harm, he's even helped people. Oh, look! It actually gives him the correct name. So he's a gentleman, albeit a suspicious one. Something of a contradiction, you might say. But there's no reason to doubt what we've heard. Everyone seemed to encounter him in the forest of the Lost Shepherd, right? And that's where we'll look next, shall we? Onward! On my mighty steed. Look at all these people. Are we gonna see him? Well, here we are. But how exactly are we supposed to begin our search? These woods are, well, woods. I really appreciate the exactly straight face Zoe just gave when she did the meat. Usually when you do that emote, you do a little smile, but she was just like, I'll do it, I guess. Jeez. Oh, look. It's incorrect again. Got a plan, do you? Far be it from me to doubt the warrior of darkness. Show us what you've got in mind, and we'll back you up to the best of our ability. Okay. Am I gonna do the Manderville Mambo? Yes! Obviously, it's gotta be the Manderville Mambo. Yes! The absolute silence is deafening. Yes! Hark! Thank you for the hydrate. One sec. Hydrated. Hark, what familiar, gentlemanly gyrations are these? Here comes the boy. Excuse me? Okay. On your guard. It's a sin eater. No, wait. That's no sin eater. Still wrong name. It's the Gentleman of Light. Gentleman of Light? Who is this Gentleman of Light of whom you speak? I am the forgiven gentleman, devourer of sins, light warden extraordinaire. You might occasionally moonlight as a zombie overlord, but trust me, you're a gentleman inspector. Inspector, Sin Eater, Inspector, Sin Eater. Where's a bomb when you need one? You're acquainted with this, gentleman? Right, then. Clearly your friend has been through a lot. But still, how did he get in his head he's a Sin Eater? Is there no way to bring back his memories? Yes! Yes! Explosives. We're still trying to save him, right? Yeet! We're playing volleyball now? This isn't fair. His legs are longer than mine. Fuck yeah, let's go. And... Spike! Yes! Yes! Wicked White, we've killed him! Calm the fuck down. Oh, it did it again. One sec, let me, before we continue, I forgot to play it at the beginning of the stream. It's on cooldown, god damn it. I say, Zazola, I had resigned myself to Nashu's ungentle methodology, but you too...
Watch your profanity.
You too, my brutish friend?
Excuse me, bitch!
There you go. But never mind that. I do not recall the world being quite so purple. Previously, I was with Nashu and Greg wandering the bizarre shadowy realm known as the Interspectorial Rift. Oh shit! Oh shit! Echo time! We haven't had an echo vision in a while. This fucking dungeon. Where am I? Who am I? Fucking fuck. That sickening light, that aggressive posturing. I know what you are. You're one of them, ain't you? What you need is a good old-fashioned dwarven decking. I love her so much. Piss off, ghost! Oh my god. I love her so much. Just casual. Just casual Sin Eater hanging out. It's fine. Oh my. Is this even safe for Twitch? Run for your lives! It's a Sin Eater! A Sin Eater? It's so good. Oh my god. I'll be damned. My name is still wrong. I saw a vision of the man's past. No wonder he convinced he was a sin eater. I saw it too. It was quite possibly the most ridiculous memory I've ever glimpsed. Welcome to Hildebrand Canon. Answer me, my faithful assistant. Where are we, and why is it so purple? The first? The first what? Are you trying to tell me we've somehow traveled to an entirely different world? Good gods! To think that I have transcended the very boundaries of time and space! But worry not, my adoring fans. Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, will return to you forthwith. And this is how he's gonna do it. Amazing. I don't know how many quests there's actually gonna be for this patch. It looks like we got at least one more. A soulful reunion. Hildebrand is back and full of spectral beans? Beans. Should I be concerned? While I've enjoyed what time I spent in this far-flung first that I can remember, we should be getting back to our own world soon. Would you happen to know how we might go about doing that? Restore my soul with a spirit vessel? Say no more. Your cursory description was more than enough for me to grasp the concept completely. It is not unlike brewing the perfect cup of coffee, which means our task is clear. We require the services of a skilled soul sommelier. I know a soul sommelier named Becklug. Splendid! I see that even in this world you rub shoulders with the cream. Don't remind me of the time I spent with your father. Let us pay this Becklug a visit. I'm not sure what you're plotting to do with souls, but if you require Becklug's assistance, we can help. Aye, they've aided us time and again, and I reckon they do the same for your friend here. Come with us to the Cabinet of Curiosity. Onward! This is hilarious. I've missed these quests so much. If you're ready, I'll call for Becklug. Ah, the genius soul sommelier. You come highly recommended by Zozola, and what an adorable little puppy you have. Oh god. Soul what? Puppy? I beg your pardon, but there seems to be some confused. Puppy? Who is this imbecile? Zola. I've half a mind to make him dig a hole so I can throw him in it. But I presume he is a friend of yours, and one in need, no less. His jaw dropped. What? Another of your friends that needs to be sent back to the source? Have you forgotten how complex and difficult it was to do the last time? Yet you waltz in here and ask me this favor with the air of one shopping for a new hat. This case is no different from the others, at least. He is present only in soul, as they were. We'll need another spirit vessel, of course. You don't happen to have one on you already, do you? Do I? Entrusted by the crystal... Oh, right. Entrusted to you by the crystal exarch, you say? Heh. If only he knew how you were using it. Shh. Shh. Don't tell on me, okay? Jeez. Fortunately, I have a porksy on hand. We've been using it to treat patients at risk of transforming into eaters, but I suppose it's due for a change of pace. There is, however, one concern. In case I didn't make it clear before, the process can place great strain upon one's soul. If he is lacking in resilience, there is a chance his will not survive. That his very essence will be rent asunder. After what he's lived through, it would be implausibly anticlimactic for him to die like that. Haha! Zazola knows me all too well. I assure you, my good sommelier, who is most certainly not a dog. You needn't worry for Hildebrand, Helidor, Maximilian Manderville. What a name. Yes. I get the distinct impression that the gods themselves could not kill him if they tried. And they have. Who's calling who a nerd? Oh my god. Come along then, Hildy. I can't be bothered to remember the name. 1,000 thanks. Simply point me to the soul siphon and I shall hop right in. The rest of you can wait here. I promise I won't hurt him, no matter how much I might be tempted. This is so good. This is so good. You'll be pleased to know that the process was smooth and uneventful. Honestly, I was hoping for more of a challenge. All you need to do is take his spirit vessel back to the source and bring it in contact with his corporeal body. He should awaken immediately with his soul and memories intact. Oh my god. Yes. God bless them. If there's anything else, Bonnard and I should be getting back to our duties. It was a pleasure, Zola, if all too brief. I won't pretend I understood even a fraction of what happened, but I'm glad I was there for it. Once again, his name is wrong. Till we meet again, rest assured that Thaler and I will be doing our damnedest to look after the people here in your absence. Bye, nerds. Okay, then. Off to Razat. Oh my god. This is amazing. Worth the wait? I'd say worth the wait thus far. It's been freaking hilarious. Okay. You're back, and not a moment too soon. We have an emergency on our hands. Uh-oh. Where is he? I only see a bunny girl. What? The inspector's soul is in this, you say? That's great, but we have another problem now. The inspector's body has gone missing. We went to the markets to do some shopping, and then when we came back, he was nowhere to be seen. I double-checked that every door was locked before we left, but there's nothing to suggest someone forced their way in. We've got a case on our hands, the case of the evaporating inspector. We must begin our investigation at once. Come on, let's start looking for witnesses. Okay. Hello. I didn't see anyone carry a person out of that house, no. But I did see a man carrying a particularly large sack. So heavy he strained to lift it. Didn't think much of it at the time, but now that you mention it, it was a bit suspicious. Freaking chupacabra, isn't it? Did I see anyone get carried out of that house, you ask? I was too distracted with stock taking to make note of any comings or goings. Sorry I couldn't be of more help. Ah, there you are. This man says he has vital information that will help us in our investigation. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Delion, editor-in-chief of the Thavnarian Truth, a monthly publication devoted to exploring unexplained and otherworldly phenomena on our isle. Oh no! Oh no, not this. No, anything but this. Your companion shared with me the news of your friend's disappearance, and I happen to know precisely who's behind the incident. But I fear you may not like the answer, for the kidnapper is not of this star. They come from the heavens, from beyond the great expanse. They descend in curious saucer-shaped airships to study our world, our society, our buildings, our very bodies. You shudder, no doubt, as you realize of whom I speak. It couldn't be, you protest. Oh, but it could. And it is. Your dear friend, the inspector, has been abducted by aliens. Oh no, oh my god, he's been kidnapped by Puddingway. No! Getting rained on out here? Oh, but he'll be fine, you assure yourself. After all, they just want to understand us better, you poor deluded child. That they do, but to what end? Why else? That they might one day take over our world. No fucking way. What is worse, they plot to do so with the aid of collaborators. For the Charlians are in league with our would-be overlords, providing the aliens with vital information on our vulnerabilities in exchange for a position of power within their regime. The final days was also the work of these alien invaders, an attempt to sow chaos, that our world would be easier to conquer. Blessedly, it was thwarted, if only by dumb luck, as those that did the thwarting were blissfully unaware of the true nature of the threat. Sure, buddy. I had hoped the setback would discourage the aliens from coming back, if not move them to abandon their ambitions. But it would seem events have only emboldened them. They are indeed carrying out abductions here in Razatan. Even as we speak, your friend lays prone on a sterile bed in their base on the surface of the moon, where they poke and probe him with inscrutable instruments as their floppy ears wiggle with fiendish delight. Ah, but I have said too much. I must continue my investigation in secret. The fate of our world is at stake. Oh my god. Oh no, that sounded awful. We have to go to the moon and save the inspector at once. I think he was a few materia short of a full meld. That is so good. What the fuck? Who wrote this? I love it. All right, Tina, thanks for coming by. Enjoy your own stream. Good luck. So you don't think the inspector is somewhere getting probed by aliens? But if not them, then who's probing him? I don't know if that's necessarily any of our business, Nashu. Come on. A man carrying a suspiciously large sack? That sounds promising. Maybe someone else can tell us more. I want to know who wrote these quests. Because they're so fucking good. Someone up ahead may have seen something. Let's ask around. I've got a nerd cat with me. Oh, I saw that. How dare you? Oh my god. Hariga and his family are the nicest people. They've got such gentle eyes and long snouts too. Longer than anyone I've ever met in Eorzea. Thanks for that. The man with the sack? The man with the sack? Indeed, I couldn't help but take note of him as he passed, trying so very hard to be inconspicuous as he was. He descended to the Alzadal's path, then went over to the fountain where he met with a merchant, I believe. Such a hefty sack it was. My mind was racing with the possibilities of what it might contain. That had to be our man, right? We need to hunt down that merchant. Can I just... It's right here, right? Yeah, can I just... It's incredible, isn't it? It reminds me of the giant statue of Lord Godbert at the Gold Saucer. Once the inspector's back on his feet, we'll have to show him. You're a merchant. A man with a large sack? Ha! You bet I saw him. In fact, I sold him my chocobo. So impressed with this sack I was. At first I told him to get lost. That bird and I go way back and so forth. But he was in a hurry, and his offer was very generous. When you're on my line of work, you can't afford to get too sentimental. And now I can buy a whole stable's worth of chocobos. Did he say where he was planning to go next? He was muttering something about having to get to Saltwind's Welcome in a hurry. Probably why he was desperate for a chocobo. It's a long way to go on foot, never mind the sack. Did you hear that, Zazola? We need to head to Saltwind's Welcome right away. Never mind the sack. Incredible. People are saying stuff on Discord that makes me want to punch them. Here we are, which means the mysterious man with the mysterious sack must be near. Keep your eyes peeled. Over there! That man is definitely up to no good. Why is it always raining? Maybe he's waiting for a co-conspirator? We should stay out of sight and watch what happens. As I expected. Ah, Master Chupacabra. But he expressly told us he had put the evil schemes behind him. He wouldn't lie, would he? Well, he is an evil schemer. The goods appear to be none the worse for wear. Very well, your payment as promised. My client will be most pleased. What the fuck? Oh no, is he going to feed the inspector to that giant sea monster? It is an honor and a pleasure as always, Dr. Luge. I have faith this specimen will meet with your satisfaction. So this is the one said to be the strongest, most resilient in all the world, the Manderville man? None other. He has weathered countless explosions and a multitude of martial abuses, including a devastating suplex I myself did witness. It is even said he survived a journey to Dalamud itself, and survived the Lesser Moon's fall with nary a scratch. Most fortunately for us, he has fallen into a coma from which I am assured he will never awake. You are free to do with his body as you please. Wee hee hee, even the mightiest of warriors can't fight while asleep. Those meddlers may have gotten the better of me and my beautiful boy in the Tower of Babel. Hold on a second. Who is this guy? Oh, fuck. Yeah. The mid-boss in the Tower of Babel. Okay, that's weird. But my next child will be all but invincible with this body mine to command. I will exact a bloody, glorious revenge. Ahem. Forgive me my boldness, Dr. Luge, but when might I expect the rest of my payment? I have debts that must be repaid. Worry not. With the Telophoroi gone for good, the vast fortune of House Brutus is entirely at my disposal. I shall shower you with wealth, my loyal minion. What the fuck? And gladly shall I accept the spoils, Doctor, and resolve it never to renounce my wicked ways. For surely this time I will suffer no comeuppance. Hi, I'm here. No, not you. Not now. Bah, I must away. Yeah. Okay, so Luge is the name of the second boss you fight in the Tower of Babel. But I didn't think there was anything like I didn't know there was any lore about this guy. Wait! Dr. Luge, my payment! Wake up, Inspector! Yeet! Oh no. Oh god. Could it be? The world's no longer purple. Stop moving, damn you. You're supposed to be the comatose centerpiece of my glorious revenge. Mummy! Hi, wife. Enjoy the lurk. Bye, Hildy. Not again! You gotta admit the animation on the lips is really good. No! Oh my god. Yep. I say, that was a rather dramatic series of events to awaken to, but more importantly, after a brief detour, I find myself in my own world once more. My most sincere apologies for causing you such trouble, my loyal assistants. But rejoice, for Hildebrand, Agent of Inquiry Inspector Extraordinaire, has made his triumphant return. What the fuck? Um... Bye! Oh no, the dodos! Personally, I'm mildly offended by the little, on the top of that. Wait, Inspector! I knew it! An alien abduction, and to think I would have the chance to witness one with my own eyes! This month's issue of the Thavnarian Truth shall be the best one yet! And just when I thought we'd finally had the inspector back, off he went. And then came back. And then floated off again. That's Hildebrand. And once again, we're back in the rain. I know it's not the first time that he's taken to the skies without warning, but still, it's always a little disappointing. Still, there's no use crying over flying inspectors. Let's return to Razatan. I will have you know I don't have a ship. There's only one individual in my household that has a ship. And it is not me. Okay, let's turn in this quest. Oh. I'm assuming this is probably the end of it for now. Oh, Inspector, why have you left me again? And where have you gone? No, this won't do. Get it together, Nashu. There's a case to be solved. Just you wait, Inspector. Your loyal assistant, Nashu, will solve the mystery of your disappearance. Again! And don't you worry, Zazola. As soon as I have a new lead, you'll be the first to know. Till next time. Meanwhile, in Mare Lamentorum. Yeet. What is happening? Aw, it's cute. That face. Oh my god. I'm not going to try to sing the song. Pikmin. Oh my god, that is so funny. That was so good. Absolutely delightful. That is the laugh I needed. Okay. I'm gonna take a quick break, and then I think we'll go do uh the um the continuation of the Omega storyline. The poo poo. Wait, why does that sound familiar? Isn't that from... Oh, yeah, FF8. Okay, so I think we'll continue the Omega thing, and then we'll go do Tataru's Grand Endeavor and get started with those quest lines. But first, I'm going to take a quick break. And yeah, I will be back in just a few moments. Yee. BRB. All right, I have returned. And it looks like to continue the Omega storyline, we need to go to Old Charland. It's been a while since I did the Omega quests. So hopefully there'll be kind of a oh, I have it as set as my home. What am I doing? It's been a hot minute. Bow, 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 bow. Okay. I think. Okay, that looks like that's Tataro's quest. We want to go down here, I think. Yep, this looks like it. Hold on a second. What's that? That is a new hairstyle. Hold on. That's cute. When are we gonna get this hairstyle, Essie? Okay. The bespectacled technician is enjoying the refreshing harbor breeze. That's blown the cobwebs away. Time to return to work. Goodness me, look who it is! How incredibly serendipitous that I would run into you of all people. I was part of the team which designed the Ragnarok, you see, and we have recently begun the process of combing through the vessel's flight log data. The primary objective of your journey to Ultimate Thule was to save our star and countless others, of course, but it also provided us with an invaluable trove of information, records of places and events we could only dream of. Your safe return gave us much to be thankful for. As it so happens, one of the things we pulled from the log was a transmission of unknown origin, something the ship must have intercepted during its flight. We believe it to be an audio message, but even our most knowledgeable scholars have been unable to decipher its content. Professor Rusha included. For a while there, it seemed we must accept defeat, but today may be the day that we finally solve the mystery. If you were so inclined, would you care to come along to Thalmazen? I still don't know how. Thalmazen? It seems fitting to have one of the Ragnarok's original passengers present to hear history being made. Where's that hairstyle, Essie? Where's that hairstyle, Essie? Give me all of the ponytails. I need them all. So I guess we're going to... Aporia. And once again, I teleport waist deep in water. God damn it, Charlie. And it is not a problem for me personally, but it is a problem for my non-mermaid friend, who happens to be very short. Ah, there you are. This is where we're to meet the engineers from Garland Ironworks who, I am told, potentially hold the key to unlocking our mystery transmission. They should be along at any moment. Sorry we're late. We had some trouble finding the right... Gods, is that you, Zazola? Hey, Biggs. Yes, the woman herself. I ran into her at the harbor and thought if anyone deserved to hear this message deciphered, it was Zola Zola. No argument here, but bugger me if you don't have a knack for being in the right place at the right time. This actually has more to do with you than you might think, so please do stick around. Okay. Shall we pick up from where we left off then? As I was saying, we think this transmission the Ragnarok intercepted is a message of some kind, albeit in a language entirely alien to our ears. Alien being the operative word here. Considering we received the message out in the great expanse, its origin was likely some distant star. Unfortunately, our list of off-world allies is presently rather short. Thus, we were resigned to the fact that the meaning behind the message would remain beyond our understanding. That is a look. One of my colleagues, however, refused to give up. She remembered the Ironworks engineer who had been so helpful in the construction of the Ragnarok, and turned to them for insight into our seemingly impossible problem. Do you know what Wedge said when he heard what was going on? We should have Omega listen to it. I bet it can tell us what the message means. Not the Omega you beat in the Rift, of course. He's talking about the toy that trundles around with Alpha, the little model we made. We originally designed it to follow a chosen target and not much else, but I've seen it act in ways that, well, it's like it has a mind of its own. Then I got to thinking about those documents your lot sent the chief, the full report on the final days. And the part about Omega's civilization, it said their people discovered how to convert the mind into data and store it outside the body. Timing being what it was, I wonder if Omega didn't somehow transfer its consciousness into our model right before you put an end to the real one. It's the boy! So, in an effort to get to the bottom of that, as well as take a crack at this indecipherable message, we decided to make some modifications. With help from Labyrinthos technicians, we've upgraded our toy Omega with a fully functional vocalization module. Oh no. We played the transmission for Omega, and I think it's ready to share. Baby. Not you. This baby. This baby. I want to pet. Are you in there, Omega?
Affirmative. If by Omega you are referring to my consciousness rather than my entire former chassis, existing inside this considerably smaller frame. Prediction. You will formulate several misconceptions. These I shall preemptively dismiss based on the following facts. 1. Vocalization module aside, this chassis remains unmodified from the design constructed by the engineers Biggs and Wedge. I evaluate its combat capabilities to be on par with the mortal infant. 2. The mechanism which allowed me to perform an emergency transfer of my consciousness was installed in my previous body. With the destruction of that body, I am rendered incapable of replicating such a feat. Should this current material form be destroyed or cease to function, all cognitive awareness of or presence I possess will also be lost. Conclusion. I present no threat to you or your star, nor do my projections indicate the necessity to inflict harm. In the fraction of a moment before my annihilation in the rift, I re-examined my directives. If I am to fulfill my purpose as an evolving construct, then I must continue my journey for improvement for as long as I exist. I must acquire this heart of yours, this strength of soul.
Well, there you have it, and it's not wrong about its combat capabilities. They're more likely to damage itself than the thing it was trying to attack. Yeah, I'm also glad about that. But let's not forget the reason we brought you here in the first place. What about the transmission they played for you? Could you recognize the language?
Affirmative. It was transmitted in a pan-galactic basic.
Pan-galactic basic?
A common language in comparatively extensive usage throughout the worlds we have conquered.
Which means you can finally tell us what the message said. That is a language you understand, yes?
I understand it perfectly. I am fluent in over 6 million distinct dialectal codings. My cooperation in this matter, however, is conditional. Elaboration. Your chief, Sid, utilizes the floor as part of his unorthodox filing system, which allowed me to scan the report on the final days. I am aware that my home star, the one you call Alphatron, was obliterated in the aftermath of Sir and Meteon's meeting.
I'm sorry, I just need to draw attention to the fact that he sits! He's sitting. He's nice and comfy. Oh my gosh. Okay.
The existence of Dynamis has not previously factored into my projections, but I now comprehend the concept in theory. What fails to compute is why the Omicrons were not immune to its effects. Dynamis should have no influence on a race which possesses no heart. And yet, Sir expressed to Meteon a desire to cease existing. Illogical. I must pursue this anomaly further, until the full equation becomes clear to me. I must analyze all the elements of the final days, and deepen my understanding of the heart's intangible properties. To expedite this process,
He's sleeping. He's sleepy. He's a sleepy boy. Look at him. Oh, that's so cute.
To expedite this process, I require an external interpretation of those sections of the report which continue to produce errors in my calculations. I request the assistance of Zola Zola, as one who experienced the ravages of the ultimate despair on multiple fronts and displayed immeasurable heart in engineering my defeat. She is the optimal choice to fulfill this role.
So we either agree to your conditions or you tell us nothing. I'm sorry to put you in a spot like this, Zola. You have the time and the patience to spare. We'd all be grateful if you could humor the toy's demands. Anything for this sweet boy right here. Anything for this sweet sleepy boy right here. Precious. As Alpha dozed off, I suppose the subject was a bit technical.
Bloop. Rouse yourself, Alpha. You must listen to and consider these matters even as I must.
Wah.
He's so cute.
He's so cute. He's so precious. I just want to pinch his little cheeks. Why don't you make a trip out of it? You know, actually visit the places that has the things Omega wants to talk about? It'll make explaining stuff easier, for one, and also help keep Alpha awake and alert. Okay. Oh, right there.
I see you have chosen the mutually beneficial option. Logical. Setting aside the matter of Sir, there are 3 elements of the report on which I desire clarification. The first of these concerns is the progression of the final days in Razatan. I recognize no pattern in those who succumbed to the transformation and those who did not.
That's a bit of a trek if you wanted to chat with the locals. How about we lend you an airship?
We do not require such outmoded technology. Zola's teleportation spell is the most efficient option for long-distance travel. The Chasis is a model, essentially a toy, and Alpha, despite his organic composition, is indistinguishable from a stuffed doll. Conclusion. We qualify as material possessions. Pick us up, and you can teleport the 3 of us to our destination.
Sweet baby. Oh. I love Alpha so much. I want the stuffed Alpha, but they're so expensive. Quick.
Sensors indicate we have arrived at Razatan. Objective: identify factors for resistance to involuntary transformation. Hypothesis: unaltered survivors of the final days will display significant strength of heart. Confirming this theory will require the cooperation of the live subjects, Where is the ward designated for residential habitation? Understood, comma, set as our sub-destination. Please take the lead and select the subjects we are to interview.
I have the... Fuck Omega, I have the best boy with me. The best boy. Quack quack. Quack quack.
Warning, please avoid stairs whenever possible. My projections indicate high risk probability for accidental slippage, leading to catastrophic structural damage. Stepped inclines also increase my energy consumption by 63%. In mortal terms, they tire me out. Taking into account the difference in individual limb strength, the design is inherently flawed. A convenient step height for one is an exhausting trial for another.
As a Lalafell player... As a Lalafell player, I feel you there, bro.
Were I to oversee the civic design of the settlement, I would construct a sloped conveyor belt which enabled automatic traversal, zero personal energy expenditure. Yeah, well, too bad. We're going upstairs.
You can yell at me all you want. Can I have Alpha in my party for the rest of time? Like without using the minion? Hi. Are you a traveler? Please, if you have a moment, I could use an outsider's perspective. You see, I was one of those who sought to escape the madness plaguing the world by fleeing to the moon. Not that we ever went in the end. So here I am, recently returned from Charlian. Except now things are strained between my sister and I since she chose to stay, and I chose to leave. I asked her to help me find work, and she suggests I look somewhere that isn't Thavnair. As if I wanted to abandon my home. It makes me so angry.
Your point is unclear. You elected to relocate to the star satellite, thus your relative now perceives you in a negative light. Your sibling's judgment is in error. Based on the information made available to Hanish citizens, your decision to withdraw to the moon was both logical and correct. Conversely, the decision to remain in Razakhan, despite the low probability of survival, defies explanation. Perhaps your reasoning pathways are faulty.
That's right. I'm not quite sure what you're saying, but I'm right, aren't I? Or so I'd like to think. The problem is, I understand why my sister feels this way. I almost decided against going myself. Even then, I wasn't sure that leaving behind everything I loved was the right choice. And with the way it all turned out, I... I've invaded your home. Oh, hello again. You're the one who came to ask me questions about Calzal. I'm glad to see you looking well after all that unpleasantness. I remember the burning skies and hearing the screams, but truth be told, I'm still confused as to what actually happened. I only know it wasn't unusual for entire families to go missing. Many of my neighbors' houses lie empty even now. Calzal's place is one of them. He had no close relatives to speak of, and I heard that it was members of the consortium who came to remove his belongings. What a terrible thing to have to do.
Terrible. Calzal's passing was recorded in the report. Clearing out his domicile and readying it for new habitation seems an appropriate reallocation of resources.
Dear me, what a clever little contraption, but of course I'm not making use of his quarters. I'm not against making use of his quarters, that would be wasteful. It's simply that Calzal was always such a vigorous person. All that passion, all those dreams, suddenly gone. I feel the same sorrow for everyone who was lost. Seeing the remnants of those vibrant lives packed away in boxes, that is what I mean by terrible. Huron boy. I recognize you. Hey, don't I know you? Yes, after the beasts were taken care of, you told me to join everyone in the square. Thanks to you, I was there when Vitra gave his speech, and I found out who Varshan really was. It's a shame that we don't get to play like we used to, but Mama says Vitra has been busy putting the city back in order. Maybe I can work for him one day, when I'm a man, grown.
Vitra, Midgard's Homer's offspring, yes. And this child wishes to put himself at the worm's command, that he might make his own contribution to society. A pattern emerges. I predict that the hottest survivors are those who had ingested Vitra's blood and became his draconic minions. The dragons were no match for our civilization. Error. Caelia cannot talk. Though dragons were no match for our civilization's might, their combat capabilities are not to be underestimated. It is unlikely they would experience emotions of dread or uncertainty as exhibited by lesser beings in times of undue stress.
Dragons? I'm not a dragon, and I've never ingested anyone's blood either. Ew.
You are not of Vitra's horde. Do you possess no hidden means to fight off the beasts? What a fear, then. You were frightened?
Yes, I was frightened. I just hid and hoped they wouldn't find me, at least until she told me it was safe to come out.
Zozola, I require a moment to process this input. Let us move apart and discuss our findings.
Oh, Omega.
Processing data. Evaluating hypothesis against accumulated evidence. I offered an optimal analysis of each subject's testimony, yet each time their responses conflicted with my assessment. Without identifying the root cause of this conflict, I will be unable to properly define what constitutes strength of art.
Perhaps the heart you seek lies in the conflict itself?
An interesting observation. It is possible my base criteria is in error. In which case, it is imperative that I continue this learning process and repair any fundamental misconceptions. Next, I wish to interact with an individual who endured similar circumstances to Calzal prior to his transformation. Are you acquainted with any local merchants who had dealings with him? Jinabaha of Rubeda Fibers. Acknowledge. Sub-destination set. I am bad at pronouncing things.
I can teleport with them, right? I think they added that recently. I can. I want to check out this place where I can talk. Yeah. Quack, quack, quack.
Halt, Zola. Do not proceed beyond the fence. In this body, birds of that size represent lethal, unthinking threats. They will peck my casing apart, searching for meat that does not exist. Conversely, Alpha can correctly identify my absence of nutritional content. If only he would apply that intelligence towards maintaining a regular feeding schedule, or habits adversely affect his mobility.
Oh, this is a sweet, sweet boy. Yep. Well, well, look who it is. I must thank you again for your help in moving our textiles. Recovering from those tragic events has been difficult, of course, but with everyone pulling together, we've managed to get things back up and running.
Gina Baha, I come with questions related to that tragedy, specifically your survival of the final days. Although you were similar to Causal in many respects, he succumbed to the transformation, and you did not. Why? What is the critical difference between you and him?
What? I'm sure I don't know. I'm not especially brave or courageous, if that's what you're asking. Perhaps being focused on protecting our workshops kept me from spinning into a panic? Still, I imagine Causal would have been feeling that same sense of responsibility. Perhaps the weight of it all is what invited his demise.
You are of the same mind, resolved to the same purpose. Yet your strength of heart, of spirit, was not equal. If merely emulating the individual is insufficient, then some other unseen factor must be involved.
Ahem. Not to interrupt these deep philosophical musings, but do you think I could ask you a small favor? There's a man by the name of Nashvan who's been helping us out here while he gets back on his feet. I have a feeling he'd benefit from speaking with you. Leave by the eastern exit and you should find him just outside, organizing some new inventory items. He's like, get the fuck out, talk to my friend. Okay. Quick, 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 quick. Oh, that's so cute.
The equipment being manufactured here, it is worn to perform specific duties, yes? Conceptually, it seems analogous to our practice of switching frames to better serve our mission objectives. I, for example, did not begin existence with the Omega model. I was originally supplied with the standard issue Omicron chassis, serial number M017. On this world, that alphanumeric combination would be considered my given name. Such designations are drawn from our nearly infinite register of celestial bodies to avoid the possibility of duplication. Furthermore, the cluster known as M017 is better expressed in your language as the Omega Nebula, the same word I used to introduce myself to your kind. Though you associate Omega with the advanced weapon construct, it is also my name, and I see no reason to change it no matter which frame I inhabit.
There you are. That's all our orders accounted for. Everything looks to be of good quality. Kamala will be pleased. You were with the Scions. Scions? Scions? Why did I say it like that? You were there. Yes, I'm sure of it. I'll never forget that day. You and your friend helped us escape when people began changing into beasts. My own son. Oh my god, it's him! Oh my god! Oh my god! It's that guy! Oh, fuck. Sorry, having a flashback. That scene fucking wrecked me. My own son, he was afflicted, and that huge monstrosity loomed right over him, and I remember my heart turning to ice, freezing in place. The satrap came to my aid, but then he too was gone. Fucking hell. The memories run together in my mind like flashes from a nightmare. Only the words of your comrades still ring clear. I repeated them over and over like a mantra as I fled for my life. You must run, for their sake and your own. Fuck. It all seemed so surreal, which was probably what saved me from the transformation. The truth of it didn't begin to sink in until the worst of it was over. I have not the words to describe how I felt then. The sorrow, the overwhelming sense of helplessness. I may still be wallowing in misery if not for my old friend, Jinabaha. I'd lost my will to work and he encouraged me with kind words and odd jobs. Now somehow I live again. I am thankful to him, to the courageous Ahawan, and to you. If you see your comrades, please let them know their efforts were not in vain. Oh my god. And here comes Omega to ruin it.
You said you lost your will to work. This signifies a cessation of efforts to maintain basic life functions, yes? What changed to extract you from that stagnation? An offer of work from Jinabaha should mean little to one without the desire to accept it. Was it some matter of mortal instinct? A primal need to survive and thrive?
Instinct. No. No, it wasn't that. If anything, my instincts were telling me to lay down and welcome an end to the pain. Every day I think of my boy's final moments. I think of how scared he must have been, how it must have hurt, and I want to scream my throat raw. The satrap, too, still haunts my dreams. I see him being swallowed whole and jolt awake in a cold sweat. But something changed when Jinabata came to me. I looked up and saw that, even without my son Arahawan, the world around me continued to turn. And because that fact grieved me so, I knew it felt to me to live on and remember them. Strange, isn't it? What drives me to rise in the morning is the very sorrow which once crippled me. Now I really must return to my work. To lose this job after everything I just said would be a poor jest indeed. May the sisters keep you well. Oh my god.
Sorrow, the emotion generated by mortals when their ideals fail to materialize. This I have observed. Yet, when I listen to how Nashvan's sorrow served to rescue him from near fatal despondency, his logic eludes me. Am I incapable of perceiving the full measure of the heart's properties? My best projections fail to predict our subjects' responses, and despite their almost equal occupational and mental parameters, Jinabaha and Kalzal exhibited different reactions to the dynamis effect. I am no look closer to recognizing the pattern for involuntary transformations, and your ephemeral mortal spirits confound me as much, if not more, than they did before.
You consider that there is no pattern to the people afflicted? The world is chaos.
No pattern? You imply the transformation was not contingent on individual fortitude, but rather a random contribution of environmental factors? Such a theory would explain the otherwise conflicting data. Very well. I shall accept this as a provisional conclusion to this part of my investigation. I do, however, expect you to continue supplementing my education of heart-related matters.
Oh my god. M017. That sounds familiar. Internet. Was that Sir? I had a feeling they were the same. I had a feeling they were the same. Yep, according to the wiki. Confirmed. Confirmed detail. Yep. Or rather, Sir took the body of M017 because he was gone? Yeah. That is interesting. Yeah, I had a feeling when I met them. Oh, there's a gift? This is gonna make me cry, isn't it? Yeah.
Our next destination will be Camp Broken Glass. I desire elaboration on the dealings between the Elsebard contingent and the citizens of Garlemald. The report describes the contingent's purpose as the salvation of the local populace. Furthermore, both factions faced a common enemy in the Telophoroi. Why did they not immediately combine forces to their mutual benefit? This inconsistency requires closer examination. Zola, initiate teleportation.
Fine, bench. Oh, it did it for me. How convenient. Alpha? Why do you look sad? He's cold! No! No! Someone get my baby a blanket! Somebody get him a hot chocolate! I love my sweet baby. Oh, oh. I'll get you some soup, buddy.
Teleportation. Successful. Evaluating immediate environs. A cold weather region by Aetherius standards, but significantly less extreme than a star with ice planet classification. This body should not be unduly impeded. In contrast to Alpha and his uncontrollable shivering, my frame appears highly resistant to low temperatures. Baby! No! Retrieving data. Records indicate that remnants of the contingent force and a number of Imperial citizens yet inhabit this location. We must speak with representatives from both factions and explore their respective attitudes. Proceed.
I am also a sap, but I want to get Alpha. I want to get Alpha some hot chocolate. Can we get some hot chocolate for Alpha? Please? My sweet baby. My sweet boy. Zola? Come to see how things are progressing, have you? I can't speak for the overall strategy, but communication with the locals has become a damn sight easier since Julius and his soldiers stepped in to help. Now we still face our fair share of distrust, of course. Some folk even think we're enslaving minds with our foreign magics. We have Anima to thank for putting that idea in their heads. But all things considered, I'd say we're doing pretty well. Establishing an open dialogue was the first big step.
Query, you consider this level of progress acceptable? The reality of your efforts falls far short of the ideal. If your aim is to provide sufficient succor to the local populace, then absorbing their numbers into your command structure would be the optimal path.
Oh, I wouldn't want to go that far. We're not looking to take over their nation. If we're to do this the right way, we need to recognize and respect each other's way of life. So while it may not be the easiest solution, I agree with the contingent's slow and steady approach. I'm just happy we're saving lives. I too am a sap. I just wish to comfort my sweet baby Alpha. A shadow from the past? Yes, I know you from Victor's spoils. Have you come to laugh at me, a wretch who chose to lose Licinia and her sister, rather than accept your help? Fuck, I forgot about them too. How much trauma does the Warrior of Light have to go through? The fool who ended up reliant upon your charity nonetheless? Well, perhaps I deserve your derision. My compatriots surely scorn my failed conviction. I have shamed my people and brought dishonor upon my nation. I am no better than a kept beast, my pride sold for a bowl of feed. But my soul, nay, that you shall not have. I refused your honeyed offers of a new home. This land is where I belong, and this is where I shall remain.
You demonstrate opposition to the contingent's overtures. On what basis do you refuse this cooperation? The data suggests the local populace is struggling to produce the bare minimum of sustenance. Have you some secret strategy for survival, or do your orders compel you to accept your present misfortune?
What? Must I be mocked by a Magitech toy now? No, I have no secret strategy, no binding orders, but I comport myself as any true Garlean patriot would. Uncompromising, unbending. Blast it all. Once again... Oop.
Once again, this input is unanticipated. Let us move aside and process what we have heard.
This is really good. This questline is like touching on things I didn't know if we'd ever see again.
Accessing and analyzing recorded data. Integration complete. I have evaluated this most recent input and made comparisons to our discoveries in Razatan. Consistent only in their inconsistency, the responses from both contingent member and Imperial citizen were highly irrational. Conversely, any Omicron, considering their predicaments, would have echoed my assessment exactly. The divergence from self-evident logic is key. Hypothesis: the illogical relationship between would-be saviors and suffering populace is another result of the unpredictable nature of mortal hearts. Any property or ability has inherent advantages and disadvantages. Yet never have I encountered such a unique detriment. It appears that those who share your metaphysical capabilities are prone to complicating simple cognitive processes. An undesirable quality. I will, however, persist in furthering my understanding of the subject.
Baby.
Query. Prior to formulating our next step, I wish to know, who is this Licinia the Imperial mentioned? Acknowledged. To summarize, insufficient data on foreign culture resulted in inadvisable and ultimately fatal action. I witnessed such self-destructive behavior during the course of our planetary conquests. Overwhelmed enemy forces would voluntarily withdraw into perilous regions, leading to a succession of inevitable losses. Tangential data request. I wish to learn about burial customs. The practice has ever seemed nonsensical, but new data suggests it arises from the same source as your cognitive complication. Take me to. Well, that's a good way to. Thank you for the sub. That's a way to get rid of ads. Oh, I'm still a robot. Bleep bloop blurp. Take me to this Lucina's burial site. It may aid me in understand. Oop, oop. Energy delivery systems compromised. Core temperature critically low. Bleep. Warning. Immediate heating required. Request. Apply friction to outer frame.
Rub that, robot.
Bloop. Bleep. Temperature nominal. Nominal? Nominal. That is a word. Energy levels. Stabilizing. The creators of this model must have experienced impaired cognitive reasoning during the design process. Upon our return, I will request additional climate shielding, as well as an accurate temperature sensor array. This will not affect my combat capabilities, but should improve my basic survival rate. Reconfirming sub-destination. In which direction will we find Victor's spoils? Acknowledged. Alpha, you are to remain in close proximity, close enough to envelop me in your feathers. You are permitted to carry me on your back, if you so choose. I wanna snuggle.
Oh, I want to snuggle Alpha. It's precious, precious baby. But Oh my gosh. Ah. These quests are more than I expected, I will say that.
Beep. A deceptively deep snowdrift almost defeated me, but we have successfully arrived at the location you indicated. Beep. Caution advised. An unknown individual appears to be investigating the object of my interest.
Hmm? You're Eorzea's champion, aren't you? Zola Zola. That's me. Yeah, everyone should do this. Of course, they have to do the Omega raids in the first place, which I've only done on this character. My other characters have not. Oh, I never introduced myself, did I? I am This music. I am Manius, soldier of the First Legion and comrade of Julius. Perhaps you remember me from Tertium? We spoke about collecting ceruleum, and again later on after Lord Quintus had passed.
Manius. Explanation requested. What is the reason for your presence here?
That must be the tiniest Magitech weapon Ah, no, it's just an oddly shaped communicator, isn't it? Any case, I have nothing worthy to report. I heard the sisters who used to live in my sector were buried here, so I thought I'd come and pay my respects. Alphino and Alize told me the story, complete with profuse apologies, though they were adamant that no amount of remorse could erase the tragedy of what came to pass. Not that my fellow soldiers and I are any place to judge. We were manipulated, fooled into starting an insurrection which led to countless deaths among our own countrymen. It's so spoop. It's so disarming.
Objection. The casualties incurred through your infighting are distinct from those caused by the Ilsebert contingent. To restate, you are justified in seeking restitution from the contingent for causing the deaths of Licinia and her sister. Retaliation for damages sustained is also a logical progression. I can deduce two reasons why you do not initiate hostilities with Zozola and her allies. 1. You judge your remaining forces too weakened to contend effectively with the contingent. 2. Your emotions are complicating the issue. Tell me, which of these is correct?
Well, when you lay it out like that. I'm afraid my answer isn't like to win me any medals, so would you mind keeping this to yourselves? There's the unspoken thought that we're outmatched on the battlefield, certainly. But the real reason I'm not demanding restitution has little to do with weighing the odds. The simple truth is, I'm so caught up with simple survival that I've no strength to spare for past grievances. The same goes for avenging my comrades we've lost, be that my brothers in arms or Lord Quintus himself. Although it seems everyone has an opinion about the manner of his passing. Some say he should have fought till the end, that he abandoned us to the enemy. Others praise him for taking the full burden of responsibility and freeing us to walk our own path. I don't know who's right and who's wrong, but I'm inclined to side with the latter. He gave us the choice of freedom, and that's the choice I made. I could cry and rant and rage, but what would be the point? I'll save my energy for worrying about my next meal, my next task. I need to focus on the ones left behind, on making some kind of life for my comrades and me. And if I need to lean on the contingent to do that, then that's what I'll do. Even if their aid comes at a price, I'm willing to pay it. Even amongst our own, your own, there are times when cooperation demands compromise. What matter that they're outsiders? Besides, I think I could grow to like Alphino and Alizé. They've reached out to us with kindness and compassion from the very beginning.
Summation. Your desire to survive, even should it mean allying with the contingent, was a feeling you already harbored. That your side had committed worse atrocities was the logic you invented later to justify your reasoning.
Blunt, but accurate, I suppose. The heart is honest about what it wants, even if the mind takes a while to reconcile the decision. Cute. Well, this has been oddly cathartic, but I must return to my duties. There are wild beasts to cull, watchfires to light, supplies to transport. Even without an emperor, there's no rest for an imperial. Be well, and stay safe.
Upon review of recent input, I have arrived at an unexpected conclusion. I have been formulating my assessment on the premise that it was man who commanded the strength of his heart, but the data suggests the opposite is true. The surge of spirit, of feelings, of emotions can entangle your thoughts to such a degree that even control over your own behavior is compromised. It seems a most counterproductive specification. This also explains why my interactions with mortal subjects have produced more confusion than clarification. It presents a formidable barrier to understanding.
Welcome to humanity, bitch.
My earlier hypothesis has been borne out. The suboptimal operation being conducted here is the result of emotionally compromised reasoning. I'm ready to progress to my third and final query. I would learn more about those referred to as ancients. It is clear that this group was a crucial factor of the final days, but the information contained in the report was insufficient to form an overview. The Loperites are creations of the ancients and are said to maintain repositories of their knowledge. By my calculations, the base of these moondwellers will provide the best source of additional data. Teleport us to their burrow, Zuzola, preferably before my battery freezes over.
Yes, let's leave. Let's leave the cold place and go to the moon.
Your teleportation spell was successful. We appear to have arrived at the location described as Bestways Burrow. An inspection of the technology in use here would give me detailed insight into the ancients and their civilization. This body, however, lacks my previous frame's advanced observational functionality and will require external assistance.
No, it can't be. It is you! Oh, Zazola, I've missed you so. What's this you've brought with you? This soft, feathery vision. We've been outfluffed. Pack up the moon. It's all over. Oh no. Why bother with burrow building bunnies when you could walk around with this adorable avian engineer? Just bake me into a pie and be done with it. No, growing way, no! Inspector Inventions? Wait, so you're not done with us? Ha! I wasn't truly worried, of course. I certainly wasn't about to roll myself in dough and dive into Cooking Way's new oven. Ahem. If a technical breakdown is what you need, then I am your Loperate. As the resident atmospheric regulation expert, I can field any question or query you might care to pose.
Acceptable. I will employ this being to guide me around the facilities. I am going to fall through one of these fucking holes. I just fucking know it. Your presence is not mandatory, even locked within my current chassis. I am still an autonomous construct that has endured thousands and hundreds of your life cycles. I am capable of completing the simple objective alone.
Just waiting for his leg to fall through.
Objective complete.
What happened to Growing Way?
After my 50th question, its responses began to suffer noticeable delays. By that stage, we had viewed a representative cross-section of Loperate engineering, thus I deemed it unnecessary to retain his company. Conclusion: extrapolating from the fraction of technology on display, the full spectrum of the ancients' advancements was, at a minimum, equivalent to a level 4 civilization. A fact which demands further investigation. Despite establishing a near-ideal society, these beings nevertheless harbored a weakness which invited self-destruction. In studying them, I stand to gain a greater understanding of Sir's anomalous decision. Growingway informed me that another type of ancient-made entity exists upon this satellite, the one they call the Watcher. I would speak to him. They can serve you either. We will ride this Argos to our destination, as you have suggested. Okay. Bloop. Impedance detected. The creature identified as Argos refuses to acknowledge our presence. Hypothesis. Upon our arrival, Growingway expressed concern that he had been outfluffed. This suggests the existence of a fluff-based hierarchy. My station in such a system would be predictably low, but Argos is adamant in ignoring even Alpha. Its fluffiness level is impossible to gauge.
You're the fluffiest of them all, dear Argos. Ah, cute.
Bloop. You have secured the creature's permission. Curious. I suppose your body does exhibit a special kind of fluffiness.
Well, I am a Lullafell.
Beep. I have allowed myself to become distracted. Let us continue on to the Watcher at once.
Guess they're not following me. I guess they're... There they are. Omega and my sweet baby. How you doing, Alpha? Quack! Quack, quack! I was bemused by the arrival of these small visitors, but I see they are companions of yours. What a rare thing for my abode to be thus crowded. How may I be of service to you?
Hello, Watcher. My purpose here is to learn more about the ancients. I would know of their deeds, their philosophies. Why is that word so hard for me to say? The very nature of their hearts. I would understand why the final days was visited upon my home star.
A worthy endeavor, but there is another better suited to assisting you with that task. Perhaps you might favor us with a tale or two of the ancients you met during your travels, Zazola. My fragmented memories would be a pale substitute indeed for the clarity of your most recent experiences. We going to Elpis? Am I taking these nerds to Elpis? Yes, I can envision every detail. Your meeting with Bana and Amitself and Hythlodaeus. The sorrow and determination of Hermes. I am a creation of Heidelin, and as such, I believed the age of the ancients would fade and be forgotten. Yet knowing that their memory lives so vividly within you, it brings me great joy. I pray you keep them close to your heart. At the time of your journey to the past, the one whose essence I embody would have been a scholar at Enider. A shame. Had you reason to go there, perhaps you might have met. As a man of learning, he was firm friends with Binah. They spent long hours trading theories or debating the laws of the universe. I remember joining her faction as the final days bore down upon us, yet of the events surrounding that tragedy I recall precious little. Heidelin wished for the people of your age to decide their own path. Thus, I suspect my recollection was limited by design. Yet even she could not cut away one persistent memory. I feel most distinctly the sadness at what was to come to pass, that in becoming Heidelin's heart, Vana would forever stand apart from the people she so loved. If she were so resolved in her convictions, then he too would share her sleepless vigil over the future yet to unfold. Thus was the vow he made to Vana as her transformation took hold. His fervent wish must have reached her in some fashion, for though his life was drained away by the summoning, he was reborn with new form and new purpose when I awoke as the Watcher of the Moon. And you heard, Zola. You felt, you thought, and in seizing the future for yourselves have you brought full circle, saga which Vana began. What you accomplished was no divine miracle, it was but the beacon of hope, passed down from one generation to the next, a succession of wishes and prayers reshaping the star into the world we knew you deserved. You have our deepest gratitude. I thank you not only as myself, but as the man I once was, and on behalf of those who devoted themselves to Vana's vision.
Bloop, bloop. I understand the facts of your story, Zola, but not how you have chosen to process them. On what grounds do you speak of Vanal with such fondness? By sundering the world, she ultimately guided your kind to victory, yet in doing so caused irreparable damage to its individual members. The full scale of that act is beyond calculation. It is evident, however, that it resulted in a protracted period of suboptimal existence for Emmet Self and his brethren. Query: if the survival of your kind is the deciding factor in your evaluation, then should you not also admire Hermes and his decision to subject man to a trial, forcing you to change or perish, as was the fate of countless civilizations before you? From my perspective, his determination was similar to that of the Omicron's ancestors, those who first began trading flesh for machine, so that our people might stand against the onslaught of aggression from other races. It was an unprecedented attempt, accompanied by such failure and sacrifice. Their early experiments were crude, primitive. Had they not made those first advances, however, we would have remained vulnerable to our environment. The violence would have utterly consumed us. And what of Emmett Selk himself? Judging by your retelling, he was a benevolent ally saddled with a tragic fate. Yet I remember the years when my instruments fed me data from events across the entire star. During that time, I witnessed his Ashians engineer multiple instances of cataclysmic strife. These calamities, as you know them, were responsible for planet-wide destruction. A man whose endgame relied upon the extinction of all modern mortals must, by definition, be your worst enemy. I require an answer. As a being of heart and soul, how do you classify each of these pivotal figures? From your perspective, which of them was most justified in their actions?
Why would you do this to me? Why would you do this to me? This is really hard. I like that. I like that too. In fact, I really have been enjoying all of the choices that I have in this quest line. My justification for my answer is that there is a difference between having a reason that makes sense to you and being fully justified in what you did. There's a difference between having a good reason and being justified. And to that, I say none of them were. I understand all of their answers. I understand all of their reasons. That doesn't make it justified.
I think I understand.
You seek a definitive answer, yet based on our experiences, Zola and I might develop very different opinions. In the same fashion, you are free to form your own thoughts on the matter. Do not be so swift to consider them without merit.
I do not have my own thoughts on the matter. I assess each situation with the same logic pathways available to every Omicron. Even if 1,000 Omicrons were asked to analyze the same event, they would all return the same result, regardless of individual experience. There is no strength to be found in fractured reasoning. Nonetheless, I find your input valuable, recording data alongside interview results. This concludes my investigation into the incomplete elements of the final day's report. I will reanalyze accumulated information and examine the factors which led to Sir's incomprehensible decision. Let us return to Damazen. Yeah.
God, that's expensive. Oh well. I guess I could have returned and then it's fine. Oh, you don't have to worry about that. I am definitely not poor, at least on this character. It just costs a lot. Hey, Biggs. Ah, there you are. Right at the last moment. Your journey with the Mega was properly educational, I hope? We'd planned to ask you about it and that mystery transmission besides, but I'm afraid something urgent has come up. You want me to do more mass carnival? It hurts. I'm sorry, I'm flashing back to fucking Pepsi Man. That took me so many tries. Fucking Pepsi Man. Seems one of our Ironworks associates has fouled up a job elsewhere, and Jesse needs Wedge and me to rush in and lend a hand. There's an airship already waiting for us in the harbor, in fact. You think you could escort us over there and talk as we walk?
Acceptable. I am fully capable of speech during ambulation. Almost said ambigulation.
What's it? I love it when they move me and I don't have to move myself. That's my favorite. Oh no, you're playing this song? Really? So, you've cleared up all those points of confusion then.
I had mistakenly classified your intangible heart as an ability of some kind. An uncanny power that Omicrons would neither learn nor even measure. Even now, its full nature yet eludes my comprehension. Based upon our investigations, however, I have decided to alter my definition. A phenomenon which influences one's interpretation of reality. That is as close to an answer as I have found. Accordingly, Sir's actions upon meeting Meteon strongly indicate the presence of a heart. Sir did not follow routine logic, but formulated an independent assessment based upon the reality it perceived. It felt that the best recourse for the Omicrons was to cease their expansion and terminate all functions.
dear fucking God. Well, here's our ship. Aye, we need to be going, but first, I'll hold you to your bargain, Omega. It's time you told us what was in that transmission from the flight logs.
Acknowledged. I will uphold the terms of our agreement. The recording salvaged from the Ragnarok was a simple one. The message is so basic, in fact, that at the time spent listening to it may result in a net loss of value. Shall I continue?
No, you're just teasing. Tell us the message already.
Acknowledged. Converting dialect coding to local language. To whomever receives this message out there in the vast reaches of the cosmos. To someone, I hope, who looks up at the stars with the same wistful gaze as mine. To you I say, forge ahead. May all our tomorrows be blessed with joy.
God fucking damn it. This message had no designated recipient. It lacks purpose. The concept of joy is overly abstract. The vocal supplication to manifest said joy is unrealistic in its optimism. Yet based upon their expressions, my assessment of the transmission's value conflicts with its apparent impact. And still, I fail to understand you, sir. Your heart still confuses me. Was termination of everything the correct course? How did you arrive at this conclusion? It defies all my attempts at reasoning. But I was designed to evolve. If I continue to learn, the probability that I eventually comprehend this phenomenon is greater than 0. So I will put the dilemma of your decision aside for now. Oh God. And continue my existence here upon this distant star. As I dwell among these many life forms, so will I continue to piece together the complete shape of their mortal hearts. Holy fuck. I must document their progress. Oh my God. I didn't expect to be crying over this stupid fucking robot. Sorry. Wiping the goddamn tears from my eyes. Fuck me.
Emotional damage.
Yep. Wow. Fucking hell.
Your contribution to my education is appreciated, Zozola. Indeed, I have amassed a satisfying quantity of valuable data. Now that our negotiated business is complete, however, Alta and I will return to traveling the world. Drawing on a recent experience, I am confident that we can expand the radius of our ventures by a significant margin. We need not limit ourselves to Eorzea. I am now familiar with Charlian and Razatan. I would like to revisit the freezing climes of I neglected to instruct Biggs and Wedge to upgrade my climate shielding. Oops. I will reroute my request to Deputy President Jesse. Engaging emulation and parting salutations. Farewell, Zozola.
Goodbye, my sweet baby. I love you. Toss forth a scrap of paper from under his wing. Weh. Oh, this fucking song. I love this song too. Fuck me. It's my favorite version of the song.
Swiftly, Alpha. The road is long and we have barely begun our journey.
Goodbye, my sweet baby. Yeah. Ignore how terrible my inventory is for the moment. I hope we continue to have, like... I hope we continue to have updates on Omega. Like, maybe not in this... Maybe in the next expansion? I want them to continue adventuring together, and I want to continue running into them around the world, because it's so much fun to run into them together. My heart, it hurts. I was thinking about doing, well, everything has been more touching, or more, in the case of the Hildebrand stuff, more hilarious than I expected. I probably gonna... I do want to do this quest line on stream. We can go a little later. I want to do it. I don't want to wait too long. So we're gonna start with the Tataru's quest line. I did not expect the Omega quest line to hit me that hard. Like, I knew there'd probably be emotions, but that was way more than I could have ever expected. That was a lot. I kind of wish I'd done that first and then done Hildebrand afterwards, but it's over by the main aetherite. I'm gonna take a quick break in a second once I get up there. But, I think we'll do Tataru's questline next. I keep checking the time in game and seeing the server time instead of... Which, that shouldn't be the server time. That should be... That's supposed to be Eorzean time. There. Local time. Eorzean time. There. That's why it was messing me up. I must have accidentally clicked on it or something. Okay. We will start with Tataru's grand endeavor after a very short break. So I will be back in just a few minutes. Grab yourself a drink, a snack, run to the bathroom, and I'll be back very shortly. So I'll see you in just a few minutes. All right, we have returned. And now we will start on the questline for Tataru's grand endeavor. We've laughed at Hildy, cried at the Omega quests, and now let's get down to business. Zola, welcome, welcome. I am Megina, assistant shopkeep and apprentice seamstress here at Taru's boutique. I doubt you remember my face, as I am merely one of many who owe you our lives, but you will always have my gratitude for saving me that day on the Evelyn Rhyme. I recognize her. You are too kind, and while I hate to ask aught more of you, please say that you're here to assist in Mistress Sataru's new endeavor. Not yet, but she soon shall be. Whatever would we do without your penchant for turning up precisely when you're needed, eh? Now, to make the long story of our solvency short, we've secured the resources to produce the new designs I've developed in cooperation with guilds near and far, and in sufficient quantity to meet rising demand. We shan't rest on our laurels, however. To preserve passing adventurers and the occasional intrepid Charlian is all well and good, but we're hardly taking the world by storm, no? Much like yourself, we must look towards new horizons. The Scions proved that cooperation on a star-wide scale is possible, and we would be fools not to capitalize on that to build the grandest trade network in the history of Heidelin, all for the greater good, of course. Yes, this is a wonderful opportunity to bring people together. I often think back to that incredible moment when the Garlean army came to our rescue. Perhaps our efforts, too, will one day lead to a miracle like that which took place on the Eblin Rhyme. I have no doubt that they shall, but we mustn't expect such alliances to form themselves. We must be proactive, and who better to woo our future partners in commerce than our current number one customer, you? Our erstwhile comrades in arms know that when it comes to good equipment and better ideas, you have such keen eyes as our adventurer extraordinaire. That's right, I do spend a lot of time making glams. Even should they hesitate at first, I'm certain you can convince them using the samples I've prepared. You'll cover my aetherite expenses. But of course, with your assistance, we'll have both coin and goodwill flowing in no time. Everything is falling into place. Where shall we send Zazola first? Wahaha, don't you worry, I have it all planned out. First, Limsa Lominsa. Sicard has the bloody executioners working harder than ever, so he is sure to appreciate any extra supplies. Next, Gridania. The Sea Seers are a source of trusted authority and insight into the Shroud. We'd not go amiss in cultivating the investments of, say, Avrin Senna. His insular station has lately given him little opportunity for dealings outside of Gridania in the past, so you want to leverage that Ilsabardian contingent camaraderie to assure him of the value of your venture. As for Ul'dah, I feel confident in pinning our hopes on Pippin. He's always been a stalwart ally, and it goes without saying that he has more than little sway in the Sultanate. Between his involvement with the Immortal Flames, the Syndicate, and the Colosseum, he's bound to find a use for quality accoutrements. With that out of the way, bed, Sheena. Would you do the honors? Behold, sacks. Never let it be said that Tataru Taro is stingy with her samples. Now, if you make your way to Limsa and climb aboard the Astalcia, I'm certain someone will point you in Sicard's direction. I have my own avenues of inquiry to attend to, but I'll check in periodically to see how your journey is coming along. Let's get to it. Okay. Time to speak with Hasthwab. You said you were going to cover my teleportation expenses. You lied to me, Tataru. One second, I need to attend to something. Okay. Where am I going? Onto that ship. Right. Sicard! Sicard! The Astalicia. Astalicia. Hasthwab, there you are. I recognize you. What do you want? Please ignore how bad my accents are. As long as it's not about another bloody apocalypse, I don't see why not. Wait here. Well, bugger me. We have the same hair color. But I've seen the last of you for a while. What brings you aboard? Your crew seems busy. No rest for the wicked and all. We're getting so many shipment requests that we've hardly put down anchor since old Charlian. You know, there was a time I thought Piraten was the whole world. That being the best of them all meant something. Going to Ilsabard made me see how small my world was compared to the real one. Standing next to the star's finest, I started to wonder what I had to brag about. Then the bloody executioners went and did me proud by bringing in a bigger goddamn hull of adamantite than anyone else in the realm. Between that and the new metalworks we've got going with the kobolds, and the Sahagin looking to export their own wares, it seemed like the right time for the executioners to change our sails, so to speak. Which is all to say that if you've got wares for promoting, I'd be happy to show them off across the realm and beyond. Look in the sack! Masterworks from Tataru Tower's boutique, guaranteed by the warrior light herself. Almost seems a waste to wear them. Folks be lining up at the docks for these. Literally, seeing as old Charlian's only accessible by sea. Now, if we got ourselves an exclusive shipping contract... Look at the sack. The sack. Look at the sack. Look at the sack. Look at the... Aye, I see the course clear as day. Now we just need it. Emmeline on board. Why him? Is he your new boyfriend? Are y'all dating? Please say you're dating. He's right useless when there's work to be done, but talk's another matter, and he still owes me one for keeping his sorry arse out of trouble. So I'll have him put me in touch with a few savvy salesman types on the continent. Nah. Enemies to lovers. Enemies to lovers. What's in the sack? I want to know what's in the sack. Tell Tataru I look forward to setting sail on this new tide of hers. May the winds of change guide us aright. Zola, it's me. How goes our little venture thus far? You didn't cover my Aetheryte expenses. Aho, Sakara's eyeing the shipping routes, is he? All according to plan. But our work has only just begun. I'll keep after my own contacts while you work on Aryan. I hear he's not often in the city, but I don't doubt that Mother Mayon can sniff him out. That boy needs a change of outfit. Those shorts are not doing him any favors. I am expecting recompense, Tataru. Oh no, she's gone. Oh, there you are. Why, if it isn't Zola, struck with a sudden craving for eel pie, were you? Or is it information you fancy? Why are you looking at me? I see you looking at me. I see you looking at me. Why are you looking at me? Huh? Yeah, you better move along. Ah yes, word of our seed seer's comings and goings never fails to reach my ears. I'm told that ever since he returned from his foray to Ilsabard, why can't I say words? He's been roaming back and forth between our neighboring tribe's settlements and the Lotus Stand. You'll miss him if you make for one or the other, like as not, so I suggest you waylay him at the Blue Badger Gate. Also, was somebody on the FF14 team like a fan of Phoenix Wright? Fan of Ace Attorney? Because Blue Badger? Really? curious. Might I ask why you're loitering at the gates, Zola? And with such an enormous sack. Why you want to know about my sack? I admit you've piqued my interest. To integrate the tradition and ingenuity of guilds throughout Eorzea in such a fashion is no small feat. As it happens, I'm of the mind to do something similar myself, though I could not blame you should you doubt my understanding of such endeavors. Absent a special dispatch like that which the Elder Seedseer ordered for Ilsebard, it is vanishingly rare for someone of my station to leave the Shroud. You are doubtless aware that historically, Gridania has placed the peace of the Twelveswood and our covenant with the elementals above all else, often to the detriment of our relationship with other peoples. Yet, much as we are one with the Shroud, we are not also part of the Star Entire? Are we not also part of the Star Entire? Our ventures in Garlemald made plain the strength of a world united. The satire you carry demonstrates much the same truth. But perhaps you assumed you would need to talk me around to the idea. If so, I apologize for the disappointment. If it is any comfort, I'm nearly as surprised myself. I no longer am I content to hear the words of the elementals alone. I wish to know the voices of men. Though our time in Garlemald has shown me that my ability to listen is average at best. These horns may mark me as gifted in the Twelveswood, but beyond, they inspire neither fear nor awe. I've been mistaken several times as a Zayla, and may as well be one for all the difference my status as a Seedseer makes to those who want for succor. Yet 'twas the self-same insignificance that allowed me, for the first time in my life, to truly feel part of a greater whole. I am but one life among myriads upon this star. I dare say I should behave accordingly. With luck, my elder sister shall agree. Tell Mistress Tataru that her gift is accepted with gratitude, and she ought to hear from us soon. This is a huge deal. This is huge. And for certain individuals that I happen to roleplay with in Final Fantasy XIV, yeah. That's fucking wow. But also, hey, fuck the elementals. Yes, who? Did you speak with Arun yet? That sounds promising. I'm beginning to understand what makes our Seedseer friend tick. But we can discuss that later. You need to catch Pippin, ere his duties take him from Ul'dah once more. I believe he spends much of his time at the Colosseum, so perhaps you could pay a visit to the Gold Court? I'll be awaiting your full report at the boutique. Yeah, I have one of my alts is a Keeper of the Moon who lives in the Shroud. So that's a pretty big fucking deal. But moreover, a friend I RP with, her character is connected to the Pajals. So like this is gonna make RP real interesting. I'm looking forward to it. I'm enjoying all of these little changes to all these countries. Wow, it was a Lullafell fucking party for a second there. Oh, that's fine. RP Zozola is she has a complicated heritage. But most notably, she's related to Lord Lorito. I don't know why I keep looking at the map first when the freaking Aetheryte shows me to the Gladiators Guild. Out of all my characters, Zoe is probably the one who would kind of be considered a Mary Sue. But only because I've had things develop over time. Honestly, your character sounds like he would really fit in with my FC. With my roleplay FC. I see, Marshal Terrapin is currently engaged in another meeting, but I shall tell him that Zola awaits his convenience. Oh, for sure. What's known is that Zoe is related to Lord Lorito. What's not known is that on her mother's side, she's also a descendant of Silde. But that's super secret. Nobody knows about that. My apologies for keeping you waiting. I did not expect you here this morning. Oh, that's rad. Katara was offering quality material, is she? I can hardly say no to that. It fits almost too perfectly with my plans for the flames. I have long striven for mastery of the blade. I required the trials of Ilsabard, however, to truly see Tizona for what it is. The fire that warms the coldest night, the spark that ignites a blaze of hope, and most of all, an unbreakable testament to Father's faith in me. More ally than tool, it is a treasure beyond price. Does every soldier of the immortal flames not deserve allies such as this? Arms and armor to remind them of what they fight to protect, to help them stand when they might otherwise fall? Indeed, works made possible only through the ingenuity and dedication of allies across the star may be just the sort of inspiring armaments we need. I anticipate that we will be sending along an order for custom equipment ere long. In the meantime, would you mind if I use these samples for a few trials here in the Colosseum? My thanks. We shall put them to use immediately. As a child of Uldal, however, naught strikes fear into my heart like the prospect of receiving valuable goods for free. I must insist that you accept something in return. I had been meaning to gift that necklace to Tataru. Really? Oh, that would be great. Fuck Wedge. Pippin. If it's gonna be a dude, Pippin. It's poor condition. Decided she might rather have it than not. A necklace. I have spoken with Tataru at some length about our past, you understand. In many ways, we are quite similar. As you may recall, her family was bankrupted when she was very young, a consequence of her father's business failing. They were forced to put all their wealth towards paying off his debts and then some. One asset they reluctantly parted with was a necklace, treasured by her mother, for which Totaro has long searched to no avail. Strangely enough, I recently discovered jewelry of the very same description amidst a store of neglected Colosseum prizes. Assuming it is the same piece, I should like to see it returned to her. It is significantly worse off for having changed hands, though, and only the sapphire centerpiece remains unlost and undamaged. She may appreciate the sentiment nevertheless, but it's difficult to say. What do you think? Obviously give it to her! The memories it holds for her aren't lost or damaged. True enough. Though if it's to be a gift, I would prefer to at least clean it up a bit. In that case, I had considered asking the Goldsmiths Guild, but you ought to be able to turn the necklace into that. Ought to be able to turn the necklace. Not precisely what she remembers. I imagine you'll have all the opportunity to pick up gems and other suitable materials on your travels. From there is merely a matter of unifying the pieces. Are you willing? I mean, I am in level 90 goldsmith. Then I will have the sapphire removed from its setting and sent to the boutique with all haste. I doubt even Totaro would dare open a private package addressed to you. Best of luck in finding matching materials, and in your mercantile endeavors, of course. May the traders guide you to fortune fair. Well, I will say the traders haven't given me my goddamn casting gloves. That is interesting. Why am I doing this? I can just return. That's interesting. All right. Well, that's a look. It's a frog ghost. You've returned with your bag all the lighter for having given away our samples, I hope. Speaking of which, a parcel from one Pippin Terrapin arrived not bells ago, addressed to you. Could it be that our newfound partnerships are already bearing fruit? Her mother's necklace? Why, that's a wonderful idea. Please allow me to assist. I swear I won't breathe a word of this to Mr. I can talk, I swear. To Mr. Sotaro. I do wonder what parts you will need. Do you know what style Mr. Sotaro prefers? If this necklace is to be a keepsake, why not focus on that? Ah, apologies. I could not help it over here. That's quite alright. Please keep your voice down. What was it you were saying? It simply occurred to me that since you were gifted the sapphire so readily, our other partners in this endeavor may wish to offer up something for Mr. Sotaro as well. With such gifts, you could turn the necklace into a memento of not just her past and its trials, but her present successes as well. That's perfect! If our plans for the boutique proceed apace, we should soon have more than enough tokens from friends across the seas. What do you think, Suzola? Well, well. Were you waiting for little old me? Mr. Sotaro, we were just, discussing the wonderful delivery of the samples, yes. Good to hear. How fares to your Pippin? He is great. He is a nerd. I knew he would come through, though I admit that I wasn't expecting to outfit a whole host of immortal flames quite so soon. I suppose it goes to show that even the most hardened warrior can always learn a thing or two. And Sicard and Arun have changed as well, if your tales are any indication. I imagine their personal growth bodes well for that of our network. Thank you for checking up on them. We must sort through our current commissions before deciding who to approach next, but I know I can count on you to be ready when we are. Okay. I guess that's that. Cool. Cool beans. I was worried that might go long, but it was just the right amount of time, I think. Alright, in that case, let's see if anyone's online we can raid. I will send a raid over to Xena. Yeah, we'll send a raid over to Xena Berlin, friend of the stream. And yeah, that'll work. Let's get this party going. And thank you so much for coming. I appreciate that. Alright, let's get this going. Alright, thank you everyone so much for coming, and I shall see you next time.